Hello everyone. Good morning. Good morning everyone. Good morning. Good morning. So who will play the final? India versus Pakistan? Who will play the finals? I just saw the match like morning. Netherlands just beat South Africa. I mean, this World Cup is too much of fun. Too much of fun. Like small teams, like just washing out the big teams. Not sure. Just a second. Let me set up my mic as well. Just a second. Hello, hello. Audio is fine, guys? Bangladesh will beat Pakistan. Yeah, you never know. If Zimbabwe can do that, then you can have some hopes from Bangladesh. Well, but Bangladesh played well, I would say. Bangladesh played well, really well, even against India as well. At some moment, I was thinking we are just going to lose. That's it. They were really good. So again, we will start by 10:10, right? So lots of things to be covered today. SQL. All right. Let me plug in my charger as well quickly. Spark will take time, guys. I have already said, like, just don't be in a hurry, right? Else you will feel lost in this ocean of big data, because everything should go in some sequence. Out of the blue, if things will start coming, it will be hard for other folks to understand. So we are moving in that sequence itself, that where dots are connected, because Spark SQL will also be used, right? So before covering SQL, if we move on to Spark, that is also not good. So just have some patience. After SQL, we'll be covering the, if you know, SQL databases, then yeah, Spark will be there after that one. So no, oops is not needed for Spark and all etc. Oops concept in Python, good to know. Even if you don't know, that's completely fine. In Spark, there is no mandatory thing, right? And yes, guys, there is a small bad news as well. And the bad news is like, what do you say? The lab environment is not working for today, because the entire lab environment is built on cloud, which is AWS, and something has happened with the AWS account, and team is in touch with the AWS team itself. Sometimes these glitches happen, and I have experience with that even in my companies, right? Production level issues also happens from the AWS side, and our team is in touch with them. So not an issue. You know how to actually work on the lab environment, MySQL, how to use it, right? and it will be up, right? But within like today itself, it will be up, but it will take time because team is continuously in touch with the AWS team. So uh, we can have an alternate as well. I will quickly show you what other thing you can install, right? It will hardly take 2 to 3 minutes, right? It will hardly take 2 to 3 minutes to install the thing, right? So you can do it, and from there we can start, right? And let's say if you don't want to install, if you don't want to even install MySQL, so you can just watch the session, and as soon as lab is up today in the evening or time, right? So you can practice that thing there, right? Not an issue. We have both of the options. Cool, makes sense. So for data engineers, LLD, HLD round, it doesn't happen in that way, because for data engineering, it's more about the pipeline designing, right? They are not going to ask questions like design a WhatsApp, design a Instagram kind of thing, right? So pipeline designing, there is nothing too much to talk about with respect to the LLDs, right? It's just, you can say, just a deeper explanation or the deeper version of your pipeline. You can treat it like a LLD, and just a high level overview, you can simply consider it as a HLD. That's how it is. Just a second. All right. So meanwhile, guys, I would ask everyone. So since we will be starting in just next to 2 to 3 minutes, what I want. Meanwhile, what you can do, I'm sharing one link, right? I'm sharing one link in the chat box. So basically, what we'll be doing, we will try to install SQL Workbench, right? So SQL Workbench is nothing like if somebody wants to install MySQL in the local system. So for that one, we have a software named as MySQL Workbench. You can simply install it in your system, and you will exactly the way we were executing and running things on the lab environment, same thing you can do it here. And the good part, at least, like whatever tables or data you will be created, since it is in your local, everything will be persisted. Nothing will be lost even if you close that MySQL Workbench, right? So that's how it is going to be. And let me share it with you as MySQL Workbench. MySQL Workbench. Right, so I'm sharing this link in the chat box. So here is the link. This is the link. Here you can click, right? And after clicking on it, let me show you how it will look like. Let me know my screen is visible. Right, so I have shared one link in the chat box. I'm sharing again. So just click on that one, right? So it will redirect you onto the official page of MySQL, right? And here you will see this kind of thing. Right here you can see this kind of thing, because you need to select the this part, on which operating system you want to install it, right? I have Mac machine, I will pick for Mac OS, and here you can see other machines as well, like Microsoft Windows and Ubuntu, and if you have Fedora, right? So, and even this one Linux, simple, right? So you can pick the you can say you can pick that one accordingly based on your you can say operating system. It's if it's Windows, click on that one. If it's Ubuntu Linux, click on that one. If you have Mac OS, click on that one, right? Then here you will be able to see this download button, right? Let's say if I pick it to the Microsoft, right? Microsoft, like if I choose operating system as Microsoft Windows, so I will see this download option here, right? And here is the link again. Is it, are you guys able to do that? Like, are you able to download it? If you have downloaded, let me know. If you have down, like, is it working? Like, are you guys able to download it? Okay, cool. So now once you are able to download it, right? After that, what you need to do, wherever it has downloaded, you need to click on like that file. Just double click on that one and let me know what happens there. Or what I will say, anyone has the Windows machine? Anyone has the Windows machine? Can you please raise your hand? I will ask you to share your screen so that I can guide you. And that will be a demonstration for other people as well. Because I have Mac machine, right? So I can only showcase it for a Mac. Let me know, let me check who has raised the hands. Okay, I can see Pratima. Hey Pratima.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, let me just pull you in the panelist, right? Just a second, so that you can share your screen, and from there I will guide you, and it will be helpful for other folks as well. So just a second. Yeah, can you do it now? Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, so you have downloaded it, guys. Just focus on this one. This is how it will look like. Can you close this one? Just yeah, close this one. So after downloading this, I'm talking about the Windows machine. It will reflect in your download section, right? This MySQL hyphen workbench. Then with this extension WinX64. Can you click on that one? Yeah. Can you again click on that one? Yeah, click on it or click on OK. Yeah. Yeah, click on finish. Click on finish. No, it's not installed yet. Can you click on that one again? Yeah, and click on OK. Then click on download prerequisite. Download prerequisite. Yeah. And yeah, can you just put yourself on mute as well? There is background noise. I will just guide you here. Yeah. Pratima, can you put yourself on mute? There's
Yes,
background
sir.
noise actually. Yeah. Yeah. Can you go back to that screen again? The prerequisites are done. Like, can you click on that one? Yeah. Mm. Does anyone else also getting this prerequisite option, right? While clicking on it in Windows? Okay. Okay, so some of you are getting it and some of you are not. All right. Why is it so? We suggest random checksum to verify integrity of your. Ideally, it should not happen. Mac 3. Okay, Windows. Uh, okay, Pratima, can you just scroll up? Can you scroll up? Can you go in the archives? Click on the archive tab. Yeah, I think it is fine. It has downloaded the same thing. Can you go back to that screen again? That screen where, like, not this one, where you were installing it, right? In your download section. Yeah. Again, click on that one. Why it is saying for, it's strange. Let me read it. SQL requires the Visual C++ redistributable package to be installed. Click the download button on the next page to open a web page containing further instruction. Yeah, click on OK. The wizard was interrupted before it. You see, your system has not been to complete installation at another time. Run setup. Again, click on download prerequisites. Why? I'm not sure. It is. It's weird. Visual C++ package. Interesting. Let me check if Sunny has joined yet or not. Not yet. Can you click on this go to download page? Uh, just a second. 803. Yeah, can you click on this last one, second one? Yeah, can you download this second one? Because yeah, I think in that way, no thanks, just start my download. So if you have noticed the second option, what happened there, it is big in size as well, 432 MB. That means it holds all those like important libraries which were needed to like install it properly. And what was happening with the default one, it was not having the downloaded like prerequisite insiders of it, right? So that's why it was not working, right? So let it download first. So are you guys able to download that second one, not the first one? Because see, I had that MacBook, right? So I didn't face these challenges. I just ran the simple one and it worked for me. That's why I asked somebody to share your screen who is having that one, right? So not an issue. Let it just finish. And it is done. Can you go to the download button, Pratima? Yeah, now this is the one which you have downloaded latest. Can you click on that one? Still okay. Click on OK. Still you are getting the. Can you go back cross it? Is it the same one? I think it should be the last one, second one. Yeah. It should be the last one. Yes. 10:20 a.m. Yeah, this was the file which you downloaded. Now you can see it will start installing the things, right? Please wait while Windows configure MySQL installer community, right? If when you download that second package, right? I hope you have seen it over the screen as soon as you click on the go down. So just let me know in the chat box, right? Were you able to download the second package and are you able to follow till this step? Just hold on for a second, Pratima. Let me check with other folks as well. Are you able to get it? The that big file, right? Which was somewhere around 452, 32 MB. Are you able to download that MySQL Workbench package and able to click on that one? Installed as well. Okay. And for anyone that the first one right already worked, that is also fine. It's just for those folks who are like for which it is not working. So the products that should be installed on the system, did for MySQL. Yeah, can you click on this custom option once, Pratima? Yeah, click on the custom, go on to the next. Yeah, so here what you can do, MySQL server, application, connectors, documents. You can click on all. Can you click on MySQL servers? Yeah, just click on it and click on this right arrow, or go back. Just keep it default one. It will also work. Go back, keep it default, developer default. Yeah, and just click on the next. Yeah, yeah, click on next. Those products missing requirements will not be installed or upgraded. Continue. Yes, click on continue. Yeah, execute. So anyone who have joined late, it's just you need to install MySQL Workbench in your system, right? Yeah, click on next. Click on next. Okay, click on OK. Yeah, here you need to give the username and password. You can create your own username and password. Type anything for username and password, Pratima. Yeah, type anything for password. Yeah, click on check. Yeah, click on check. Yeah, did you click on it?
Yes, but it is not working.
Okay. Can you cancel it and again click on, like, just start it again?
No, this is not working.
No, can you cancel it again? Can you cancel it? Yeah. Let's go with another way of setup. Yeah. Yes, yes. No, no. Just cancel it again and click on the no button. Click on no. Uh, Click on that in that. Just cancel this wizard, right? Go on top right corner, cross button. Yeah. Again, open that one. Yeah, this, the first file. Yeah, click on that one. So last time we went for, let's try for full one this time. No, 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 not this one. It has already installed something for you, right? Can you just delete that file and download it again? It's as simple. Just cross it. Just click on the cross button. Yeah, just delete these two files. Just delete these two files simply and download that one, same one quickly. Yeah, downloaded that one quickly again. Yeah, just install it. Oh, can you click on that settings one? That settings symbol, right? Yeah. And check updates, connectivity settings. Click on connectivity settings. What is happening? Cancel it. Yeah, click on add button. Uh, Click on add button and downloads. Download. Just, are you able to click on download? No, click on this one, edit. No. Can you again cancel it? Can you just like click on here, like here and there? Yeah. Just click on that edit button again. Simple. It will. Yeah. So click on this MySQL server. Click on that one. Just yeah. Just move it in the middle, right? You can see right arrow. Yeah. Click on that one. Or click on the second like MySQL server and then click on the right arrow. Or just drag and drop it. Just try to drag and drop on the right box. The second one. Expand it. Click on the plus sign. Click on the plus sign. Yeah. Click on the plus sign. Yeah. This one. Move it from here to the right box. Yeah. Yeah. Now click on the next button. Yeah. For products. Check on that one. Execute. Yep. Yeah. I agree terms and condition. Install. Click on next. Execute. Click on next. Next. Click on next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Here, please remember. Yeah. Here, just you can set the password for yourself, because you will be here. You will be the root user. So your password will be like root, means your username will be root, but password you can set accordingly. Just make some solid password. Give a strong password, add some at the rate or something, and just try to remember that one. Yeah, click on next. Yeah, click on next. Yes, click on next. Next. Execute. Yeah, next. Click on next. Finish. And can you click on this MySQL server or click on upgrade first? Yeah, upgrade. Product have available. If you believe this wrong, you can click on OK. Can you cancel it? I mean, what the, why it is not even installing in this? Can you just cross check? Just click on the cross button and just check in your uh, application. Yes, search MySQL. Not this one. Workbench is not there. Yeah. What is that one? MySQL. It is installer. Can you click on that one? It is the installer again. Where it has installed? God. Not here. Not here. Can you go back to that one again? Yeah. Click on it. Where it is breaking? This is too much of waste of time. Can you click on the add button again? I'm not sure where it is breaking. What is now? Can you click on the applications? I think all these products needs to be added one by one. Yeah, expand it. Yeah, click on this one. Now next one. Yeah, expand that one. No, that is there. No, why it is saying failing requirements? Select pages custom. Can you expand that one? The last one, yeah. Like all whatever is able, like you are able to pull. Yes, connectors. Yeah, expand all those connector related things as well. expand it, and yeah, add like drag and drop both of them there. Now C++1. Yeah, both. Go down, Python, expand it, expand it, expand it. Yeah. Now click on next, execute. Once your lab environment is up, just try to practice it there. We just face this challenge, or you can say this much time got wasted because of that lab part was down because of the account access related thing. So can you click on next? Yeah, next. Yeah, password. Okay, can you click next? Finish. Yeah, not this one. Close this one. Close this one. Close. Yeah. Now your workbench is open, right? So can you click on this one? Here you can see one connection has been created. Can you click on that one? Now the password that time you provided, you need to write that password here. Yeah, cool. So are you guys able to see this screen? So for anyone who have installed it, right, you will be able to see this screen where password you need to set up, right? That time when you were installing it, it would have asked for the password for the root user. So in the connection section, you would have seen that one connection was already created and the username was already root, but during the setup, whatever password you have provided, you need to use that one, right? So this is here, and now, okay, can you click on that data plus data sign database button something? The fourth option in the menu bar. Not this one, menu bar where icons are listed down. Where icons are listed. Can you see the database sign? The fourth one, just go up, go up. The database sign, database symbol, you can say plus, there is a database sign and plus symbol. The second row. Can you go up? Yeah, this one. Create a new schema. Yeah, click on that one. Yeah, give some schema name. Let's say MySQL class underscore something. So in MySQL workbench, right now, once she is done, I will take over the screen and I will show you what does this schema mean and everything here. So can you type some name for you and quickly just do it so that I can move ahead? MySQL underscore class something. It's just a DB name you are giving. That's it. Yeah. Apply. Yeah. Apply. Finish. Okay. Let me share my screen now. I will show you.
Can I stop my screen
Yeah.
sharing?
Yes. Yes. All right. So now I'm sharing my screen, right, where the workbench basically. So I will show you what this schema part is actually mean, right? So just a second. Hope my screen is visible. So here, this kind of thing you will see, right? So this is in MacBook actually. So this kind of thing you will see. And as soon as, right, you created some schema, right? If it is like this, so you can create a new schema, right? And not, if not this one, right? It is there. So what you can do, even you can click on this one, this plus symbol, the first part, right? If you can see the first icon here on your screen, just click on that one. So in that way, what will happen? This thing will get open, SQL file or anything, right? You want to query here. Right? So let's say create schema. Create database test DB. Like this thing. Let me type it here. SQL file 4. Don't save it. Under this one, this is a table, use demo and create. Just create schema test DB. Right. Let me select it and okay, create database test was done, but where I can see it.
Sir, can I say something?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Sir, I think no need to create a schema directly. We can execute all the query here in the workspace itself after setting up. So just we need to like use the root of the user, and directly in a workspace we can do it. If we are creating a database, then
Okay, we can directly create a new database here, is it
yeah,
right?
yeah. Like you can see DS demo DB. It is similar to that, like we were doing in our.
I was just wanted to show them, right? Like just wanted to let them know what is the meaning of this thing, test DB1, the schema part, because this might be a little bit different. So create test DB, where they are getting created. Let me check. Test is there. I'm creating these DBs, but I cannot see it here. I created database. You can see when this got executed, right?
Refresh is at once.
Oh, this refresh. Okay, yeah, that's what. All right, so what happens actually? So this is a just a different thing. I mean, that's what I want to make clear. So what the concept of schema is here, how you can actually say it, basically different workspace kind of thing. So this is a MySQL workbench. So the way we were doing it in the lab environment, so there it was a simple MySQL for you. There directly you were creating what you say your databases, and within the database you were simply creating the tables, right, and doing the operations. But when it comes to the SQL workbench, MySQL workbench, so treat it like an IDE, correct? So the way we install, let's say PyCharm, right? It has the IDs. So it has a, for each project, you created your own workspace, right? Where your individual project was, and what you can do, you can create like your program files there and execute it. So this MySQL workbench is kind of ID for these kind of operations related to databases and table creations. So what does this schema actually means? Schema here, it actually means that the workspace. So if you want to create separate workspace, you can do that part, right? So this is the default schema, you can say, for the root. It was already created, right? You can see this when I installed it, or when you were able to see that screen where we clicked on the connector, MySQL connector, then it asked for the password, and then we were able to open this screen. So on this similar note, that is how it is going to happen. So schema is just like a workspace for you, right? So if you have two different schemas, that means you have two different workspaces. So whatever, let's say, databases and tables you have created in one workspace will not be visible into the another one, because they are different workspaces. So schema here is equivalent to the workspace. Don't get confused that this schema has something to do with the table schema or something like that, right? It's just a terminology with respect to the MySQL workbench. So don't have any kind of confusion as such that it is similar to the table schema or different with that one, right? So I hope this part is clear, what this schema part is actually is like, what this schema part is actually means. So that is the thing. But again, I'm repeating, this is for the practice, but as soon as your lab environment is up, practice it there. We face some challenges, but we don't want to interrupt the sessions, right, because of the lab environment. So as an alternative, I thought to get it installed in your system so that you can keep on practicing the things, right? And apart from that, you can see rest of the things are same. You can open, right, this query box, right, from where you want to, let's say, execute. As soon as you, let's say, click on this one, right, this demo DB I already created, right? This is the test table, you can see already there. And if I click on it, right, just a second. So it is here, this tab will be there. I hope this query tab, you guys are already able to see where you can type something. Is it visible or not in your like workbench ID, where you can write something, and I will show you that how can you even execute it. this is not visible. I just want to know this is visible in your MySQL Workbench ID. Anyone is facing issues, or like, are you able to open it? Yep, it's visible. Okay. How about other folks? Right, so these are the 4 databases. As you can see, as of now, these are the 4 databases. This is the first one, right? By mistake, I created 2 more. Correct? So cool. Now I will just move ahead with our main agenda, right? Because already we are 1 hour late. So let me start with that one quickly. Cool. So first, basically, I will be starting with the multi updates today, right? That how we can do the multi updates, correct? So again, if you remember how we start do it, first what we need to do, if I want to create some tables inside the database, I will do this thing, I want to use this test DB, right? So how you can do it means how you can execute query here. Just let's say select it and click on this button, this icon, thunder kind of thing, right? As soon as you click on it, right, you will be able to see this thing in this log or actions itself, use db, right? That means now you are inside this database test db, and you will also see that it is highlighted as a bold. That means whatever is the current, right, whatever is the current you can say database you are using, that is activated. So let's quickly create that table. I'll quickly go back to right, the data set we already created yesterday, correct? So this is the thing. I will quickly create this table, right? So this table is created, and I'll quickly insert this data, right? Cool. So this is done. Now if I just do it, select star from employee, right? And if I do this thing, so you can see this is the data, right? So these are the 5 records which are already inserted. So yesterday we talked about the update command, right? We talked about that how you can do that single level update, correct? So uh, now I will just show you one thing, that how you can do this part, right? What you say, the multi updates. That means at given point of time, right, with just only one filter condition or with only one requirement, you want to update, right, more than one columns. So how you can actually do it, right, in the MySQL. So the thing which we are going to test, right, how to perform multi updates, right? So multi updates, how we can do it? Command is update our table name, right? Then set. So here what we are actually trying to do, let's say we are trying to update the salary, and we are also trying to update the age, right, of those employees who joined the company on 10th of August, right? So first column we want to update which one? Age column. Let's say we want to set the age equals to 20. So age equals to 20. So this is the first column, and its value we have already written, which should get updated, correct? Now we want to update another column as well, which is actually the salary one. So how we can do it? Just put a comma, simple, right? Just put a simple comma, and after that what you can do, you can write other column, for which you want to perform the update. So we want to perform the update on salary column, and let's say we want to make their salary equals to 25,000. Simple, right? So update employee, set keyword first column and the updated value, comma second column and the updated value. And what will be the filter condition? Filter condition, which one we want to apply? Where hiring date, where hiring date equals to 2021-08-10, right? And now if I do this thing and I complete this part, right? So this is done, and let's try to do this thing. Let's try to run this select command, right? So one interesting thing, right? You are still not able to see this part, and that will be interesting to tell you. We ran the update command, right? But still our values are not updated. So anyone have the idea what could be the reason that when we were doing it in the lab environment, right? As soon as we just run the update command, our values were getting updated, right? But what is the reason that why these values are not updated here? Cool. I think I'm getting the right answers for most of you. So one thing is missing, which is the commit command, right? So if you want to understand the commit, right? So what happens, as I told you, there were two options, the rollback part, right? When I was explaining about the ACID properties, that these are the transactional databases. Transactional databases means they always try to keep themselves consistent, right? So consistency means if we perform any operation, and so what will happen first, they will be written into the bin logs, which we basically calls the write ahead logs, you can say, just to provide that kind of fault tolerance, right? First, whatever data we are writing, so that it can be kept consistent, things will be written into the logs first. And until and unless we perform the commit, right? If until and unless we perform the commit command, then those changes which we have made will be committed into the final table. So I only executed the update command, but I didn't execute the commit command. That is why changes are not reflected here. So why it was successfully happening on the lab environment? So this is the thing, right? The commit command is the thing which is configurable. So let's say while you are even setting up your MySQL connection, there you will get a default property to set auto commit, right? There is an option of auto commit. So auto commit means as soon as you run the insert command, as soon as you run this update command, right? Mostly the update commands, what will happen? Things will get inserted, or data, whatever changes we are making, those will get committed, right? So that is how it was happening in the lab environment, because their auto commit was already enabled. But here we haven't here we haven't enabled the auto commit. So after making the changes, every time it's update or whatever, what we need to do, we need to perform the commit command as well. So right now, if I just perform the commit, right, I have written it, and let me perform it, right? So here in the logs, you can see commit was successful. Now if I execute my select query again, right? So update employee, wow, update is done. Have we made the right changes? 10th of 10 2021 08 10. Okay, maybe let me just run it up again, because I executed the select in between, right? You are using safe mode. Just a second, let me scroll up. Okay, it is saying safe mode is off. What is this error? Wow. Okay, we need to enable something else. Let me check. Why update error code? You are using safe update mode. Let me quickly check what does it actually mean, that what we need to enable in the MySQL workbench. MySQL workbench, you are using safe update. Yeah. Okay, it looks like MySQL session has safe updates option. This means that you can it without specifying in where clause try 0, or you can modify your query to follow the rule. Okay, either we have to use this thing, right? Be sure that set it back when you are done, since it is worthwhile safety features. Okay, it is saying something, this kind of thing we need to run. We need to turn off the safe mode. So let me try that out. Okay, let's see. Okay, now if I run the update command, okay, now update command is successful, and let me run the commit, right? Commit is done, and now if I just click on the select button, all right, now changes are reflected. So it is basically from the MySQL workbench site. Let me put it in this chat box as well. What you need to do, you need to turn off the safe mode, because these updates are something, right? By default, this workbench was not allowing it, because what we are trying to do, we are trying to override some data. So just to prevent these things as a safety feature, by default, that was the safe mode property was turned on. So we had to like disable it explicitly. So as soon as first, before running the, you can say that command, right? This one, the SQL safe updates, you need to turn it off. 0 means it's off, 1 means it's on, and after that you can run the update command successfully, right? So we can do this, and even after this part, right, once we disable this saved updates, we don't even need to run the commit one, right? As soon as you just run the update command, changes will get reflected, or somehow you can treat it like a auto commit feature enabled if you run this thing, SQL safe updates. Cool. So this auto commit part must be clear. So let me add it. Let me create another repository for you guys here, and I will add today's command there. So add a file, create new thing. Just a second. Create new file. SQL class 2.3.txt, right? I will just share this command, these commands, right? So this is the thing, use, and here I will mention that these commands were executed. These commands were executed on MySQL workbench, and here these things are done, and I will also comment it out that don't use it for lab environment. Cool. How to perform multi updates. So now that commit was not required, but generally that is how when you will be running it programmatically, right? When we will be giving you the programs to set up a connection from Python script to this thing, right? Let's say MySQL, and write some data programmatically, then those auto commit features and all these things will not work from your program itself. You need to run this thing explicitly, right? The commit commands and all these things. Since directly here we are working on this part, right? So directly we are working on, you can say, this thing. Uh, just a second. On and one recent updates. Oh, I'm not logged in with. Just a second. Let me log in. Just a second. New file SQL class 3.txt. Let me quickly copy this data there. Yeah, these queries were executed in workbench, SQL workbench, commit not required, multi updates here. Don't use this option, don't use this option. Use this option for lab environment, right? This is there, and I have committed it. You will be able to see it in the GitHub repository now. So let me share my screen back and we'll check another thing. Cool. So this is the workbench. Now I'll show you one option for the auto increment part, right? So if you remember, yesterday we talked about the primary keys, foreign keys, and you can say the composite key and all these things, right? So there is one thing, right, to understand the auto increment feature. So for an example, what happens that when we, let's say, start inserting some data, right? When we start inserting some kind of data into our table, and there, let's say we are not sure about any ID column, but what we want, what we actually want, as soon as we are, let's say, inserting one record, there should be some column which is sequentially getting incremented, and that can even act like a, you can say, key for you, right? So if you have that kind of case and you want to have any column like that, where you want it to get incremented sequentially one by one as soon as you insert some records into it. So how you can do it? So let me show that part, right? So multi updates was done. I will quickly show it to you. So what I will do, I will create another table, right? For an example, create table auto increment example, right? So here, right, I will be having only two columns. One, let's say, normal ID column as integer, and I want it to be auto incremented, right? So auto increment. Let me see. Auto increment, it could be a syntactical thing. I need to check, because in work, the lab environments, it's straightforward, it's simple, but let's try it with auto underscore increments. We are not getting any error as such. Seems like it should work, but let's try that out. So ID and integer auto increment name varchar right? And 20, right? Now, so this is the part, and if I click on this one, hopefully table should get created. Let's check out in the tables column. Employee tables test DB. Let me refresh it. Each time if you don't see here anything, right, after executing, please try to refresh it from here once. This refresh symbol you will see here, it could be a sync issue. So I think this is not created. Let me pull it up. So incorrect table definition, auto increment. Auto increment could be a just syntax thing, because in lab environment MySQL we have it simply accepts the auto increment part. It doesn't needs to be anything else, but let's try that out. Why it is not working? You have to increment. Why it is not working? Auto increment, why it is not working? Auto increment MySQL. Oh, syntax is correct. Auto increment. Auto increment, it should work fine. Incorrect table definition. Why is it so? This is the syntax. What is missing? Am I missing something else? Primary key, ID. Okay, got it. So this ID column auto incremented, right? Since, as I said, this auto incremented part is something which will generate a new numbers for you all the time. And as I said, it in the beginning, as I said, right, it should be, or it would act like an primary key, because it's a sequential number getting generated, right, incrementally one by one, and trying to help us in those incremented sequential number which will be distinct every time, right? Because it's auto incremented, and since it will act like in primary key, so it should also get defined as in primary key as well, right? So that is why, with if you just have any column which is like you want it to be plain column, but you want to get it auto incremented, that will not happen, because it has to be declared as an key, so that unique numbers one by one, like unique constraint, that thing will not get applied, right? It should act like a primary key kind of thing, so that MySQL engine itself, when it is generating those unique numbers sequentially one by one, right, it needs to figure out whether that particular new number which is getting generated has already been created or not. So that primary key constraint should definitely get applied on that one. After that, it will able to work. So now if I insert two records for an example, insert into auto increment example and values. So here what we will do also, this is a primary key column, and as you remember, when we write this insert command in the values, right? If we have given the complete table name, what will happen? This will accept values for both ID and name. But here what we have said that we will not be explicitly inserting the values for ID. What we want it to be auto incremented, correct? So here what will happen? Auto increment means name, we will be only inserting data for name column. And since we have not applied not null, means now we have made it primary key, obviously it will act like a not null by default, right? But we are trying to insert data for name column only, and we want SQL to auto insert values for this ID column, right? So auto increment example name, and let's say Shashank, right? If I insert it, so here you can see one record was inserted. Let me insert one more, right? So Rahul, right? If I insert this thing also, right? So two records are inserted, and now if I do a select star on top of it, so select star from this part, right? So you can see, just a second, let me pull it up. So you can see two records. One, right, ID value, it is automatically getting generated. One, then next sequential number two, and the values, the Shashank and Rahul, you can see. So here, once we applied the auto increment part, it is not generating the values, means it is generating the values by default as a primary key in the sequential manner, and we don't need to provide the values for it explicitly. We can only provide values for the other remaining columns, but this will get generated automatically in the incremented fashion. So that is the advantage of having this auto increment kind of feature. Whenever you think the table you have created there, you don't have any column which you want to use an ID column, but sequentially you want to generate some unique number, right, for each record you have inserted. So there this thing will be helpful. But again, the constraint, it normally, right, it will not work. It should have that kind of primary key constraint, so that SQL engine can treat this auto increment feature properly while incrementing the numbers sequentially from 1 to the maximum limit for that one. Whenever we say auto increment, yes, it will start from 1. Cool. So this is the part. Let me paste it there as well so that you can practice it. How to apply auto increment. Cool. So this part is also done, the auto increment related things. Now at once, or do we have to add them? You can even add like more than 100 records as well. So if I take you back to this insert statement, right? So let's say I had 100 insert statement, right? Or let's say one insert statement, right? So if you remember, there were two syntaxes for the insert command, either to write individually, right, or have these tuples, right, in front of one value keyword, right, comma separated. That is also doable. And if you select it in once, right, all these 5 insert rows mentioned here, just select it at once and click on this run icon, all 5 will get executed, right? So that's how you can also do that. Cool. So this part is done. Now let's move on to this another feature, right, which is use of limit keyword. Use of limit keyword, right? So what is the use of limit keyword? Basically, what happens? Let's say you have 100,000 rows in your data set, right? And you have 10,000 data rows in your table which you have which you have created. But any given point of time, you are just interested in only, you can say, one row. You are just only interested in, you can say, few sample records, let's say starting 10 rows, 5 rows, 3 rows, something like that. So in order to do that, what we can do, we can use that limit keyword, right? And we can provide how many numbers of rows we want in the output display, right? So here, right, this was our employee table. So here we have how many records we have, we have 5 records in total, right? So if we just do this thing and execute it, we can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So total 5 records are here, correct? Now what I will do, if I want to see the first 2 records only, how can I write it? I can write it in this way: select star from employee limit 2, right? If I do this thing and I execute this query, what will happen? I will be only able to see the first 2 records, right? So that means by applying the limit keyword, and that will be always at the end, not in between anywhere, right? Means if it is your final select statement, it will not be in between anywhere. It can be a part of subqueries and other things, but when it comes to that final query, you want to display something on the screen and you want to just display fixed number of records. At the end, it should get uses. So limit keyword along with the number means how many number of records you want to actually pick, right? So that's how you can use this limit part as well. Cool. So that is how you can use this limit related thing. Now coming back to another thing, which is again very important to understand, right? And that part is sorting data, right? Sorting data in MySQL. Okay, this commenting is not working, or I can put it hash. Okay, hash can also be printed here. So hash sorting data in MySQL, how we can basically sort the data, right, based on few column values. So what does it actually call in SQL or in terms of the databases, right? What you can say, it is just the arrangement of the data, right? How we want to arrange our data in the final outcome or even during the execution. So here we can see, right, we have in total 5 rows and different records as well, right? If I do this select statement, you can see we have age column, which is integer. We have name column as well, right? And hiring date, salary, city. So we have these columns. Now, let's say what happens when we are writing our query, right? In the final display or even in between execution, what we want to display our output, or we want to arrange our output in the ascending sequence of the names, right? So ascending and descending, two kind of sortings will be there. Ascending means from lower value to the higher value. Descending means from higher value to the lower value. So how that is going to happen? We can do this ordering part or the record arrangement, right, in the MySQL as well. And for that one, we will be using order by clause, right? Order by clause. So this is the clause we will be using in order to arrange our data in some specific order by using, like, we can apply this order by on any number of the columns, right? So first I will show you the simple example. Let's say I want to display my output in the ascending order of this name, right? So just think in that way. You have like, let's say 150 students in your classroom, and you want to just call them out according to this sequence of the alphabets or the names, right? The way roll numbers, let's say, gets decided, it will start from that person whose name is starting with A. Then it will be checked how many A's are coming after the first character, what is the next character. So this is being actually called as a lexicographical sorting, where all these sequences will try to get matched, which name will come after which one. So how we can write that ordering part, how we can arrange our data in some ascending and descending order. So select star from employee, and I will use order by keyword, right? Order by keyword we need to use, and after that we need to mention that column name which we actually want to use for, or basically sorting our data, right? So this is done. Now if we execute this thing, right, now what has happened? Okay, it could be again, it's like, okay, dot is there by mistake. Dot was there. Yep. So if you can see this output, right? This name, this entire output is actually arranged in the ascending order of this name. Amit is first, right? If you try to just remember the sequence of the characters and the alphabets, so A will definitely come, right? The name which will starting from A. So Amit is there, Puneet is there, Rahul is there, Shashank is there, and Sunny is there, right? So how this Shashank and Sunny were actually arranged in these two rows. So first, their letter SA is actually matching with each other, right? But now, since these two characters are same, which one will get matched? The second character. So if you check the second character, H will come before U. So that is why Shashank is on this position and Sunny is in this position in the arrangement order, right? But here you can see we didn't mention any specific keyword as well, right? So by default, if you don't specify that whether you want to arrange it in the ascending order or descending order, so by default implementation is the ascending, right? So as soon as you write this name part without any keyword specific, so what will happen? It will arrange our data in the ascending order. Arrange data in ascending order, right? Now, if we want to, let's say, arrange our data in the descending order, how we can do it simply, right? We can simply do it in this way. Descending order, we can mention this keyword explicitly, right? DESC, right? So now what's the syntax? Select star from employee, order by keyword, then the column name, and in which order we want to arrange it. And that order we have mentioned explicitly DESC, that means descending. So if I execute it now, right, in the final output, you can see this thing. It has changed now. Sunny is on top, Shashank, then Rahul, then Puneet, and then Amit. Right? This is clear, the ordering part, how to order it, because I want to show you another thing, because now you might be interested that how we can even order or arrange our data on multiple columns, and what will happen if values are duplicated, how these things will be done. But as of now, this part is clear, how to apply the normal ascending and descending ordering for some specific columns. All right. And I can see that, so see, this is a different table. I'm using the employee table. Here you can see ID column is duplicated as well. So if you look at the definition of employee table, right, this is the definition. Here I have not applied any primary key concept. I have not applied any auto incremented kind of functionality. That's why even I'm able to insert the duplicate value. So don't get confused with that one, right? Cool. So now let me show you that how we want to arrange our data. Problem statement is simple. Problem statement is display employee data in descending display employee data in not descending. What I can say basically, yeah, display employee data in descending order of salary, right? And if salaries are same for more than one employees, right? More than one employees. So in that case, what will happen? Arrange their data in, right? Arrange their data in ascending order of name, right? So this is the, like, we need to apply the two level of ordering here, right? So first problem statement, what does it say? That if you have this data, try to display it in the descending order of this, the salary. That means from highest salary to the lowest salary kind of thing we want to arrange it. But there could be a case that more than two employees are getting the same salary. So what happens, right? If two employees are getting the same salary, how we should arrange, right, their data, how we should arrange their data in this uh, table display, right? How we can do it? So let's try to figure that out, because it says first order our data in the descending order of the salary, means higher to the minimum, but salaries are same for more than one employee. Then put their order in the ascending order of the name, right? So two level of ordering we need to apply. So how we can do it? Select star from employee order by. First order of leveling we need to apply for the salary column. And what does it say? Descending. So order by salary, and we need to mention it explicitly, DESC, right? Now we need to apply another level of ordering. So we will put comma, right? And we need to give the another name, right? Means we need to provide the name of another column on which we want to apply this second level of ordering, right? So name, that means it is, even if we don't mention ascending explicitly, by default it will work in the ascending manner, but still I'm writing it to like be more precise. So select star from employee order by salary, and then you can say it is in the descending order, then comma name. So how this will be breakdown? Even you can apply 2 level, 3 level, 4 level of ordering based on your use cases. But the first in the order by clause, whatever will be the first column you have mentioned and the ordering you have specified, first your data will get arranged in that manner, and after that onwards, right, it will be checked for duplicate values, right, where let's say value of the same column is getting duplicated. So second level and the other level of ordering will be applied for those columns, right? So let me execute it, right? So now if you can see this output, correct? So our final data is actually arranged in this way. 50,000 was the highest one, then 25,000 the second highest, 12,000 third highest, and 11,000 fourth highest, right? Here you can see salary of Rahul and Shashank is equivalent to 25,000. So at this moment, what SQL saw that, okay, these two are the records for which salaries are identical, right? Since salaries are identical, what we need to do, we need to arrange these two records in the ascending order of the name. So that is why you can see for this record and this record, Rahul is on top of this Shashank, because in the sequence, ascending sequence of the naming, Rahul will come before Shashank. So this part is clear how this multi-level of ordering does happen. What will happen if the values are duplicated in the order, by how this multi-level ordering will be applied. Is it clear? Is it clear to everyone? If you have any confusion that how, still any confusion with how multi-level ordering applied, let me know. But I think it's very straightforward, and I just explained it with the data points as well, right? So that is how it is. It is just like you are trying to arrange the data. You first applied this arrangement on the, let's say, salary column, that yes, this is the column on which we first need to arrange our data in the, let's say, descending order. And there could be duplicacy, right? Let's say there are 5-10 people who are getting the same salary. So if you try to sort your data, obviously all those 5 peoples will come together, right? All those 5 peoples will come together. So now it's confusing that how we need to arrange those people who are having the same salary. Like, it's not mandatory that you need to arrange them every time. It depends on your use case, right? Maybe I could have avoided this part. I could have avoided this part, that there is no need of arranging these folks, right, in the name order or something like that. It is just simple that I want it, or you can say I just want my data to be sorted in the descending order of the salary. But it is just like to be more like arranged data in the display. Let's say if the values are getting duplicated and we have applied the first level of ordering, then in the second level of ordering, what column I can use. Even if I don't use it, that will be completely fine, right? I can just execute it for you if I don't even just use this name column. When we ignore multi level ordering, we can simply ignore it, right? Not an issue. That's why I'm saying it's not mandatory. It's just up to you how you want to arrange your data in case of the duplication, right? So even now at this moment, you can say, right, this is 25,000, both values are same, but at this moment Shashank is on top of it, right? And this Rahul part. So earlier what was happening, when we were running this thing, Rahul was on top of it and Shashank was here. And in the normal one, why Shashank is on top of it? Because, right, in the table, Shashank's record was got inserted before the Rahul's one. That is how they are arranged in the normal like ordering, if we are not doing any multi-level ordering in case of the duplication. So after this one, I hope it should be clear. It's not confusing. It's simple just to understand how to just sort our data in the simplest form, right? Whatever we want to apply on that one. Now I want to actually give you one query to solve as well, right? Because whatever is needed to perform that query, I personally think that is covered. And that is one of the like most common asked interview question as well. You would have heard it, you would have heard it multiple times, correct? So let's solve this query. Simple. You have the employee data, you have seen their data, how it looks like. Now what I want to give you, whatever you know as of now, right? Don't use anything apart from that one. Let's say you know few other concept of SQL, don't use those things, right? With the knowledge, whatever we have covered so far means so far, right? Write a query to find the employee who is getting maximum salary, right? Now this is the query you need to write. You have 2 minutes to write. Just think about it, whatever basics we have learned so far, right? Just use it and write a query for it, that how will you solve this problem. You know this data, right? You can see this data which is written here. You just need to write a query. And just to be clear, I want entire record to be printed. I don't want only maximum salary to be printed. Hope this part is understood, that what is expected. And again, that's what I have been mentioning. Read the statement carefully. Write a query to find the employee. I haven't written I want the maximum salary, right? So don't misinterpret the problem. Read it carefully, what is actually expected. Cool. Although from most of you, I have got the correct answer. Cool. So let me let me show you that how it will actually work. So whatever we have learned so far, it can be simply solved with the basic examples, right? Basic examples, as in, let's say we have select star, because our idea is to print that entire record, right? That guy who is earning the maximum salary. So select star from employee, right? Select star from employee, and we can leverage our order by now because we know how to use this order by part. So select star from employee, order by, salary descending, right? So far we are clear. And we have already seen, if we execute this query, what will happen? We will get this output, which is listed down here, correct? And now, as I said, we need the final record, or that entire record for the employee who is getting the maximum salary. So now we can simply leverage that limit functionality, right? That's why I covered all those basic things first, which can be used, right? Which can be used to simply write this query, right? So select star from employee, order by, salary. If I run this thing, I will be getting this output. Now I can simply limit my data, limit 1, right? If I can simply write this thing and execute it, I got that employee and its complete record who is getting the maximum salary. Got it? Right? This is the most ask question as well, right? This is the ice breaking question in the interviews itself, because there are multiple ways to solve this thing, right? There are multiple ways to solve all those parts, that how to do it. And moving forward, when we will look at other advanced functions as well, right? I will show you different things for that part as well, right? So again, I'm repeating this part. Select star from employee, order by salary, descending. If you run only this part, as I said, right, just execute this part, which is written on top of it, you will get this data, right? In this data, you see Puneet is someone who is getting the 50,000 salary, maximum salary. So how can I pick this record only? The first one, right? So it's simple, that whatever output I am getting till this point, right, applying the salary descending, why not to apply the limit 1? So limit 1 means we will be only getting the first record, right? So if that is the part, so here it is, and we can run it and we will only get that one. And someone is asking that the top command. So top is something which doesn't work with MySQL. It might be supported in Postgres. It might be supported in SQL Server. MySQL has its own syntax where it follows this limit keyword, right? So limit and some number, that means it will work here. So now I hope this part should be clear that how this salary is actually working. And now if we can reverse this problem, somebody asked you that can you find that employee who is getting the least salary, employee getting, let's say, minimum salary. So how we can change our query? We can simply remove this descending part. So what will happen? Our salary or our records will get arranged in the ascending order of the salary, right? And we can simply execute this query. So we will get Sunny, right? Sunny is earning the least, which is 11,000. Got it? Clear that how you can simply just use this order by and limit functionalities to just get the like some top performer, right? This kind of thing. Cool. So let me. Okay. Yeah. Just 2 minutes more, then I will give a break. So someone has asked me this thing, right? I'm pasting this query in the chat box and I will take the opinion from you guys. Just a second, right? That whether this query will work or why it is incorrect or it is not. So someone has like shared this query in the chat box. So what will happen in this case? What will happen in this case if we do this, whether we will be getting the output which we are looking for? No, right? So see, our problem statement was we only want one output, right? We only want one output in our final result, right? So here, first thing what you have, the mistake you have did, right? You have mentioned this star, that means you will get all the results, right? And here we are also doing the same. We are also doing select star, but at the end we are applying some limit. That is why in the final display we are only able to see one record. If I don't apply the limit, I will get all these records. So obviously limit should be there. Now you have what you have written, you have used this aggregation function, which I will explain in the later section part, because after ordering by and all these things, I wanted to explain these aggregated functions, how you can actually use it, right? So in this way, what will happen? Let me execute it, right? For you, I will definitely execute this query, right? So what is going to happen? You can say you are getting this error, right? Max salary, and it is saying in aggregated query without group by, right? So I will get this idea. I will actually tell you that how that can be done, right? And why these aggregated function and where they can actually get used, right? So, but this is the incorrect way, because after order by, that was the next topic, the group by related things. All right, this is clear. Cool. So I will paste this thing in the GitHub repo as well, and let's take a break. Let's meet at 12. So I think order by related thing is done. Multi-level ordering. So let's meet at 12, guys. 12 or 12 to something. Let's meet that by that time. All right, folks. So I'm back, and let's start with other stuff. So let me share my screen. Okay, cool. So let me know once my screen is visible. Okay. All right, hope my screen is visible. So, all right, we have covered this order by related thing, and yesterday we touched on where clause little bit, right? Not too much. So we will complete that where by clause, that what other things we can basically do. So that's what, right? I actually want to showcase that how we can check that part, right, in the horn, and how we can write multiple conditions in the where clause, and what other things can be done with the where clause, right? I have already shared the GitHub link. I already shared it 2 times. You can check it in the chat box. Cool. So let's look at the where clause and what other things we can do with the where clause. So few things, right? It's, you can say, the fundamentals as well, that when we talk, like even in the Python programming, if you remember, right, we talked about the if else conditions, where we were writing some logical conditions, some comparison operators were there, right? So I'm just writing two things. There will be two things means to actually follow. First, like what are the conditional operators, right? When we talk about the conditions, like applying the some logical conditions, there will be two parts of it. One is the conditional operator, right? And conditional operators, so those are basically these things, right? Means these kind of combination, less than check, like this symbol means we are checking the less than equality, and this means we are checking greater than equality, right? And this less than and equals to part means we are checking less than and equals to, this is greater than and equals to, right? So these are the, you can say, conditional operators, where we are applying some equality conditions, equality checks, right? And that's how it is working, right? There will be multiple times we will have some column to compare, that for this particular column this should be the value we want to check, right? Whether it is less than that particular value or greater than that particular value, these kinds of things will be there, correct? So that is the conditional operator, and the logical operators will be what, I guess you can also list it down based on our Python understandings. So let's say and operation, right? Or operation, not operations, right? So these are basically logical operators. So and, right, if you remember in the Python, we discussed it thoroughly, that there will be two expressions. One will be on the left hand side, another will be on the right hand side, right? And it will be checked whether they follow the and logical condition, and or you can say the or logical condition. So same thing, right, we can do with the where clauses. In where clause, we can definitely apply multiple conditions, right? We can apply multiple conditions with the help of these logical operations, correct? So one by one we will try to just look into that one, that how it can be done. So for that one, first let me apply this thing. Let's check how many records total, obviously 5 records, correct? So let's try to do this thing, right? First kind of check, we will see, right? So all employees getting, like, list all employees, list all employees who are getting, list all employees who are getting salary more than 20,000, right? So this is the condition we want to apply. So what would be the my SQL query for that one? Select star employee where salary greater than 20,000, right? So if I execute this query, what will happen? We are getting all those filtered records where salary is actually greater than 20,000. Similarly, if you want to include that record as well where salary is exactly 20,000, how you can do it? You can apply that less than and equals greater than and equals to conditions, salary more than or equal to 20,000. So we can write this kind of condition, greater than and equals to kind of thing, right? And ultimately we'll get the same output. Now we can check this part. Salary less than 20,000, salary less than or equals to 20,000. So if I execute this query, what will happen? We are getting all those records where, sorry, it is still greater than. I need to change it to less than, right? So if I execute this query, so here you can see we are getting all those records who are getting less than 20,000 salary. And similarly for this one, right, we'll be getting the same stuff, correct? So this is like normally we are doing this equality conditions, correct? Now, how to basically check that you can say not I mean equality we have checked, right? If let's say I want to filter the records, right? Here I will type it, filter the record where age of employees is equal to 20, right? So in that case, how we can write our query? Select star from employee where age equals to 20. So as I said even in the beginning that we don't want to, like, we don't need to use double equality conditions here, right? Right, the way we were doing doing it in the Python, double equality, right? So this is not applicable with SQL. Only single equals to means the equality condition, right? So if we write it and we execute it, we will get all those records where this age is equals to 20. How to apply negation kind of condition, right? Means condition is where age of employees is not equal to 20, right? So how we can do it? What will be the operation for it? First, let's try, like, just let's try the Python way, right? Means this will be the representation for not equals to, right? Exclamatory sign and then this equals to. So what does it mean? We are checking the like not equality condition, if you remember the Python part, right? So let's try that. It is also working, right? Here you can see we are getting all those records where age is not equals to 20, right? We can also try to check because I have seen this operation working, right? So this one, let me first try to execute it. If it works, then this is fine. So yes, this is working, right? So we have these two options, right, to perform this kind of thing, right? Or we can use below, or let me write it in this way. We can use exclamatory equals to sign. That is also like, it means we are checking the not equal to condition, or we can use this double cap, like open and bracket cap kind of thing, right? So if we will use this thing, that also means that we are checking the this negative condition, that if it is not equals to, right? So that is the thing. Now let me execute this part and again, and let's see how we can check for that and or condition, right? So for the and condition, how we want to check, right? We want to, let's say, check this part. Query is find those employees, right? Find those employees who joined the company on 11 August and their salary is, and let's say their salary is, and their salary, fine. I'm just trying to build some conditions so that we can see the output. Yeah, and their salary is, for an example, less than, their salary is less than, let's say, 11,500 something, right? 11,500. So find those employees who joined the company on 11th of August. Also, what condition we need to apply? Their salary is less than this one, right? 11,500. So in that case, how we will write our query, right? We need to use the logical and operation. So select star from employee where first condition will be on hiring date. So hiring date equals to this one, right? 11th of August. And second condition is what? Second condition, salary should be less than 11,500, right? Salary less than 11,500. Correct? So if we do this thing and execute it, let's check the output. We got this record. So Sunny, he joined the company on 11th of August and you can see the value 11,000 only. So we are getting the output according to the condition. So that is how we can use this logical and as well, right? So that is one use case. Now let me write another one. So let me execute it. So here, now we can see that how we can like apply this or condition, correct? So for the or condition, what we can do, we can basically check for the employees, right? Who joined, let's say after, right? Who joined, let's say after, you can say 11th of August, right? Or let's say like those employees whose salaries are actually less than 30,000, right? Or something like that, correct? So let's try to write that condition. Find those employees who joined the company after 11th of August and their salary is less than, let's say only 20,000, right? Less than 20,000. Correct? So we need to write this thing. Means we are interested on all those employees, right? Either they should have joined the company after 11th of August, right? Or those kind of employees who are getting salary less than 20,000, right? We are interested in both of the condition. So that is how you can, like, let's say you are reading any SQL query and you want to figure out what we need to actually apply, whether we should apply the and condition or let's say or condition. So when you are interested in, let's say both of the condition to get satisfied, the first one and second one, when you want both has to be true, then you need to apply the and condition. But whenever you have these kind of use cases where you think even either of one condition is satisfied, still I would consider the output result. So in that case, you can apply the or condition, correct? So here how it will be, select star from employee where hiring date is greater than 11 August, right? This is our first condition, that who joined the company after 11th of August. So hiring date is greater than 11th of August, right? And here instead of or and, we will be using the or condition. Or salary means those employees who are earning salary less than 20,000, right? So if we do this thing and we execute it, let's see, apart from like these are the 5 records we have in the table, what we will get in the output. So we got 3 records, because what is happening here, right? This guy, if you look at this record, this guy is matching this first condition because his hiring date is 12th of August. So SQL didn't check for second condition. SQL didn't check for second condition because we have used the or operation. So as soon as any condition which is returning true, right, that means our entire result has become true and we will include that record, right? Because if you can see, he's earning salary more than 20,000, but still we are getting it in the output because first condition is getting satisfied, right? And these 2 records, Sunny and Amit, why we are getting it in the output? Because they are the one who are earning salary less than 20,000, right? That's why their records are in the output. Correct? Any confusion with the logical and or logical or operation? Is it clear or still any confusion? All right, cool. So this part is clear. So that is how we can apply multiple conditions, right? Now we will see that how we can use this part, the between keyword, right? How we can use that one. That is also a good comparison operation you can use. How to use between. So this is the operation, right, between which will which you can use along with the where clause. So this is basically to filter out those kind of records where you are not sure about the exact equality and inequality. You know that I want to pick those kind of records where some range kind of condition is getting satisfied, right? If you have that kind of filtration logic to be applied, you can use this between operation. So how we can do it? So for an example, let's say we want, right, from this, we have total 5 records. We want to pick all those records, right? We want to pick all those records where, let's say, the employees, their hiring date is, let's say, you can their hiring date is greater than, let's say, 5 of August and less than and equals to like 11th of August. Means we want to pull the records of all those employees who joined the company from like 5th of August or between 11th of August. So how we can do it? Query is get all employees data who joined the company, right, between hiring date five to 11, right? So how we can make a use of this between operation? Select star from employee where hiring date greater than and equals to 5 of greater than and equals to 5 of August. Although we know that there is no record present for 5 August, 6th August, 7th August, 9th August, but still this is a range, right? We are not sure about the specific like values. That is why we are applying range kind of filtration condition. So where hiring date greater than and equals to 5 of, you can say, August, and where hiring date, sorry, I got confused with this one. So we are using the between operation, right? So we need to write it in a different way, not exactly this one. Like we will not use this greater than and equals to kind of thing. So select star from employee where hiring date between this value, right, to between this to this. Select star from employee where hiring date between is not valid in this, where hiring date is between this to this. Okay, not two. So select star from employee where hiring date between this and this, means this value and this value. This means the value of hiring date should lie between these two values. And here the point which should be noted that these values will be inclusive. Inclusive means it is not, right, where we are actually, you can say, ignoring this, right? This will be also checked in the equality part. So select star from employee where hiring date between this and this, right? So let's execute this part. So here we can see 4 records, not the 5 records. Why we are getting it? Because their joining date is actually lying between this thing, and that is how you can even see this 11th August is inclusive, right? Not exclusive, because here it is 11th of August, correct? And it's not like that between operation you can only use for the date kind of fields, right? It can be used for other numerical fields as well. Let's say we want to filter the records, right? Get all employees, right? Data who are getting salary, who are getting salary in the range of 10,000 to 30,000, or 10,000 to, let's say, 28,000 something, right? So in that case, what will happen? We will apply our between operation for which column? For salary column. So select star from employee where salary between 10,000 to 28,000, right? So if we have this kind of thing and we execute it, right, we can see all these records because their salary actually lie between the 10,000 value to the 28,000, correct? So between operation is also clear. First, let me paste it in the GitHub repository, and then I will move on to the other part. Just a second. All right, so this is also done, the where clause part, and within that just 2 things are still remaining, and that is also very important to understand. right? Where that is the like operation, right? That is very important, I would say, because it will help you to like just act, it will act like a simple regex, right? If a simple kind of wildcard characters you want to use and you want to check something on the string related columns, then you can use this like operation, right? So first let me execute this one, and we have these many records and how to use like operation. That is also something which will be used with where clause, right? So how to use like operation in where clause. So for that one, how it will be written, let's say we know that first of all, this like operation is something which will be applied on the string based of column, right? So what happened, let's say you have some string columns, for an example name is there, right? Or apart from the name, let's say there are other string columns as well, but from this name column what you want to do, right? You want to pick all those records, right? Let's say who are starting with this thing, right? Who are starting with, let's say, character S, or is their starting letter is X, correct? If you want to perform that kind of thing, right? So how we can actually do it? So there will be two ways for it, but before that, what we need to do, we need to understand the representation, right? Representation of wildcard character which will be used with this like operation, right? So first is this symbol, percentage symbol. What this percentage symbol means, it actually means 0, 1, or more than one characters, right? And another is underscore. Underscore means only one character, right? Now you will be interested how it will be applied. So here, as I said, for an example, I want to filter out, right, all those employees whose name is getting started with S, right? Get all those employees whose name starts with capital letter S, right? So how we will be writing this query? Select star from employee where name like, right? This is the string column, and what we are trying to say to the SQL engine that please check name like which follows this pattern. How we want to get all those records whose name is starting with S? So obviously first thing we need to write S here, right? It will be S, and after that, right, we don't know, right? Because we have Shashank, we have Sunny. So after S, there is different string written, right? After Sunny, like this first character UNNY is written. So that means after S, there can be multiple characters, and we are not sure about it, right? Multiple characters. So after S, what kind of, you can say, wildcard character I should use? Right? What kind of operator we should use? Percentage, right? Because if you think, if you see, right, percentage, what does it mean? 0, 1, or more than one character, right? So it will pick everything, right? Whenever we have that kind of condition where we want to mention this thing that after some character, I'm not sure how many characters will be there, that means we need to use this percentage sign. And in the beginning, we have mentioned this thing, right? First, this capital S. So it will start checking in that fashion. So let me write it, right? If I only write this thing and I execute this query, right? So we are only getting two records, Shashank and Sunny, because it checked, okay, first character S matching. And apart from that, afterwards, whatever will be there, that is completely fine, right? Now, again, a quick condition. Let's say I want to pull all those records, right? Get, right, all those employees whose name starts with SH, right? This kind of condition only. Let's say you know the starting first two characters of those kind of employees, right? So how you can do it? Simple. Now in this case, what we start need to matching S, H, and then percentage. So if I execute it, I will only get the record for Shashank, right? So this is the one way. Now let's try to apply few other regex, right? Let's try to see how this, let's say, underscore and other things will also work. Cool. So now in this case, if we want to do the reverse, right? If we want to do the reverse, that is also doable, right? If we, let's say, write this query, get all those employees whose name ends with L, right? Whose name ends with L. So now how should I write it? Right? If I remove it completely, now in this like pattern matching, what should I write? Again, read the statement carefully. It is get all those employees whose name ends with L, and that is small l, not the capital L, because it is case sensitive, right? So how it should be? It should be percentage, right? And then L. Why? Because it is saying that we are only sure about the end character. We are not sure after the last L how many characters will be there before it. We are not sure about it. So once that is the condition, what we need to do, we need to use this percentage symbol when we are not sure about the number of this one, right? So if I execute it, we can see the record for Rahul, because this is the guy whose name ends with L, and before that we are not bothered about it, whatever it is before that one, right? So that is how it is. Now we will look a few example where we can use, make a use of, you can say, right? Yes, underscore LU will not work, right? Someone had asked if I write underscore LU, would that will work or not? So obviously it will not work, because there will be no pattern, or there is no name value in the table which is ending with LU. Get data of name if it comes between instead of first and last character. So that can be also done, right? So for that example, let me write it, right? Let's say we are sure that get all those employees whose name starts with capital letter S and ends with a small letter K. Now quickly send me the expression. How should I write it? Right? This is the query we need to solve. That all those employees whose name starts with capital letter S and their name ends with a small letter K. Right? So maximum, I have got the correct answer. So it should be S, and in between, right after S, we are not sure how many characters will be there. So I have put percentage, and in the end, it should get ended with the K. So S is the starting character, K is the ending character, and in between we are not sure how many single characters we need to match. So for that one, we can simply use this percentage sign, as simple as that, right? So now if I run it, we have got this output, Shashank, right? Cool. So now I am giving another query. Right. So this will be interesting. Get all those employees, right? Get all those employees, get all those employees whose name will have exact 5 characters, right? So try to write a query by yourself. Just try. Just try to write it. Again, just read the query carefully. Get all those employees whose name will have exact 5 characters. Right? Exact 5 characters. You can just reiterate. You can even again read about it. Right? I am focusing here. Just read about it one more time and try to visualize how you should write it. So in the chat box, maximum I'm getting the right answers. That's great. Great. All right, cool. So here now you will see the a great use of this one, right? So we saw maximum examples for this percentage, but now to match one character at a time kind of condition, we will be using this underscore wildcard character, right? So here our condition is the name should be exact 5 characters long, right? So select star from employee, right? Select star from employee where name like. So what we need to do, we need to match exact 5 character places. So one underscore means match for one character, and what that character will be, it doesn't matter. It can be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 1, 2, 3, which is if your column is of string type, right? So one underscore means one character at a time. Here we need to restrict our query to match with exact 5 characters. So what it should be, this first, second, third, fourth, and 5 times underscore. If I do this thing, right, and I execute my query, right, we can see 2 outputs here, Rahul and Sunny, and you can exactly see their name is containing only 5 characters. Got it? Like where this precisely can be used now, right? I got few other answers as well, and I'm typing it in the screen, and based on your understanding, let me know whether that will work for our query output or not. So from someone I got this output. So is the like it was starting from percentage, in between 5 underscore, and it was ending from percentage. So what do you think? It will work for our query output, this expression which is listed down here? Right? So with this expression, right, we will not get the exact output for our use case. We will not get the output for our use case. Our use case is we only want, right, our use case is we only want those employees whose name is exactly 5 character long. So if I run this thing, I will get everything, right? I will get everything in my output if even the name of the employee, right, which is not having less than 5 characters, right? So if, let me execute this thing, right? So 1, 2, 3, right? So how many records we got? We got the 5 records, right? Sorry, we got the 4 records. One record is lost, and that one is for, if you remember, which record is lost from this output? Record for Amit. Record for Amit is lost. But as you see, right, our expectation from this query was to get only those employees, right, whose name is having exactly 5 characters. So what will happen if you put the percentage before this one and percentage after this one? So what happened? Even for Shashank, right? Even for Shashank, in right, it will satisfy this condition because percentage means 0 character as well, 1 character as well, more than 1 character as well, and in between it is 5 single characters. So it has adjusted itself automatically to fit in this expression. Similarly for Rahul, right, this will also work because for Rahul, what it saw, that percentage means I can replace it with 0, and I can use 5 underscore to match Rahul, and I can assume that last percentage is also 0, right? That is why Rahul also satisfied this condition. Sunny also satisfied this condition. Puneet also satisfied this condition because in his name 6 characters are there. So one extra character, right, and starting and ending got adjusted by percentage. But we are not able to get Amit in the final result because what will happen for Amit, right? If we talk about Amit, so how it is going to happen? So first percentage, right, automatically this expression will think, okay, let me keep this percentage as a 0 character, right? So 0 character means it is negligible. I should start with 1 underscore. 1 underscore means 1A matched. Second underscore means M matched. Third underscore means I matched. Fourth underscore means T matched. But this last underscore, which is the fifth one, there is no match from the input string, right? It has to be like exactly 5 characters to match with these 5 underscores, and it is not able to satisfy this part. That is why Amit is not coming in the final output, right? So that is how it is actually different. Correct? So you can definitely make a mix and match of both, right? Every time you need to like just figure out, okay, how many characters will be there which you don't know, right? That means that will be the portion of your expression where you need to put the percentage sign. But the portion which you exactly know that I need to match these many number of single characters, there automatically you should apply this underscore part, and one underscore means one any character. So ultimately this query returns all those employees whose name contains at least, right, at least 5 characters. So am I correct with this statement? This expression represent the output where we are getting all those names where at least 5 characters will be there. At max can be anything, but at least 5 characters will be there. Got it? So let me paste it here as well. All right, so now let me insert few records. Right, just a second. What was the insert statement? This one. right? This thing. So employee here, let's say I don't want to insert anything, right? Let's say 10 couple, right? And age is null. So this record we have inserted, this record we have inserted, and let's check how many records we have in our table. So we can see we have two more records. In one record, age value for age is null, and in one of the record, salary is actually null, right? Why I actually inserted this data? Because examples how to use is null or is not null in the where clause, right? So that is the general thing, right? This will be your part of day-to-day data analysis part, because when you get the data, raw data, right, it's not necessary that all these kind of fields will be populated all the time, right? There will be garbage data as well. There will be multiple records where few fields are actually null, right? Even those fields can be null which you are expecting that it should not be null at all, or like at any cost, because those columns were important. And that actually comes under the data validation as well, where you actually apply these kind of checks, or you want to remove these kind of dirty data, right? So that is the part how we can actually filter out the records where we want to actually check that null and not null type of conditions, right? So how we can do it? So let's say this is our whole data set, right? And we want to check, right? If we want to filter out all those records where we see that age is null, right? Age column is actually null. So select star from employee where age, this is the keyword we need to use, is null, right? This is the entire keyword, you can say is null, we need to use. And when we execute it, right, we can see we got that record, right, couple, where age value was actually null, right? Get all those employees where whose age value is null. Right? Now we want to write another query. But before that, let me show it to you again. So this is the data. Now we actually want to pull the record of those employees, right, where salary column is actually not null, because for Nikhil we can see value of salary column is holding the null value, correct? So how we should actually write this query? Get all those employees whose salary value is not null. So in this case, what keyword we need to use? Select star from employee where age. Here we wanted to get all those records where values were getting null, but here we want all those values where it is not null, right? Now if we select it and we execute it, sorry, this I need to change it to salary, right? So salary is not null, right? So we can see all those records where, right, we can see all those records where salary column is actually not null. Is it clear, right? How to use different things with the where clause? So these will be the most of the things, right? When it comes to the where clause, there are few other things as well, right? There are few other things, right? But I want to explain it when I will talk little bit about the subqueries. So along with the where clause, that thing will be used, but these are the most often used things, right? Mostly we will be dealing with these kind of and or conditions, logical conditions between operations, right? Is null, not null, like operations, right? These will be the most frequent one which we will keep on using with the where clauses, right? So that is the part. Let me commit it in the GitHub repo as well. All right, it is there. So far, any confusion? Because I will be moving on to the next topic now, which is group by. Super duper important. Super duper important. So any confusion so far? Whatever we have covered, anything order by related things, how we did those multi-level ordering, updates, creation, alter. So a small assignment, yes, we'll be giving. So that will be there. Assignment will be there, but the main challenge one, right? The challenge one will be at the end. So Sunny, the assignment, right? The small assignment we have updated in the dashboard yet or not for yesterday as well?
Yes, sir. We have uploaded that assignment. In that, like I kept 10 to 15 question,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
based
Yes.
on our current
Yeah.
like topics only.
Okay. Okay. So like class wise, we are giving those small set of pieces, right? The you can say 15-20 questions, but the main challenge you will be getting at the end once our all the topics are covered. And don't worry, I will cover other things as well, right? You are saying in clause, all those things, so I have kept it right in my notebook what all things I need to cover. I will just go with the sequence so that you are able to connect the dots, right? So that's how we'll be moving ahead. Everything subqueries etc, everything will be there. Nested query, subquery, that's the thing, right? With it actually means, right? So those things will be comfortable to understand once our, you can say, complex topics are also covered. For example, joins, right? And even the, you can say, group buys, case wins, right? These are covered, then you will get good amount of practice related things with respect to this part. Cool. So let's start with the, so okay, it's 1 p.m. already. So today I'll be taking class till 1:30. So it's 12:55. We can take a 5 minute of break and we can again start from 1 to 1:30. I will cover this group by part, and yep, after that it will be for next sessions. So let's take a 5 minute of break and we'll meet at 1. All right, so let's start with our next topic, which is group by. So for that one, first I will share my screen. I will write down something so that you can get the clarity how group by actually works. So just a second, let me share my screen. All right, let me know once this screen of mine is visible. This screen is visible, right? You can see the notepad, right? Okay. All right, so let's try to understand the group by part, right? How it actually works. So grouping actually means creating smaller chunks, right? So, and that is why I'm saying this is something which is very, very important, very important from your SQL perspective as well, right? Interviews, whatever, data analysis perspective, right? Because see, when it comes to the aggregations, right? When it comes to the data analytics, most of the time, right, you want to get the high level of metrics, right? High level of metrics. So for an example, e-commerce data, right? E-com data, right? E-com data, or let's say there is a global website, right? There is a global website and it will have, let's say it has one table and it is like customer ID, right? Order ID, correct? And then country in which this order got placed, right? And the date, all these things, very basic information, let's say, right? So when you even think about any kind of large table, right? Or even take an example of Amazon e-commerce platform, it is globally available. So now you can even imagine in a minute there will be millions of transactions are happening over the Amazon e-commerce platform, right? So at the end, right, when it comes to the data analytics or getting the insights, so you are not interested in those millions of rows, right? Because whatever data is getting captured, it will get stored in some table or data set, whatever it is, right? So at the end, you will be interested in the final information, which is very crisp and which is very high level, right? So on a high level, what kind of, you can say, right, what kind of information you can gather. So if I just try to draw this table, right? Customer ID, order ID, right? And country, date, right? So let's say one order ID 100, country USA, right? Date was 11 November. Similarly, customer ID 2, order ID 101, India, right? It's a 12 November something. And customer 3, 105, and again USA, right? 12 November. And let's say customer 3, right? Again place one order 106 USA, right? On 12 November. And let's say customer 4, 107 India, right? 13 November. And one more record, let's say 4th, not 4th, let's say customer ID 6, 108, and UK, right, on 13th of November. So when it comes to this part, right, when it comes to the high level information, So what kind of high level someone can interested to as an organization, or let's say even as an owner of the company, right? You are not interested in the, like, you are not interested in all those 10 million rows which are stored in the table, right? You are interested in a very high level information, and high level information for a day, right? Or not for a day, let's say this is your final data, right? Let's say your final data, how many record or how many orders were placed on Amazon platform by each country wise, right? So as an company owner, right, if you want to, like, if you want to analyze, right, as a company owner, I want to improve my business, I will be interested into that one. Okay, in which country, like, we are able to sell more and more products, right? Means wherever more and more orders are getting placed, that means we are making a good business there, right? So as a business or a owner, if I want to analyze myself, then this metrics or this information becomes very important for me. For each country, how many orders are getting placed, right? So what will be our logic, right? If somebody gives you this data set and somebody asks you, right, to calculate this thing, right, write a query for it, so what will be your approach? Your approach will be very simple, right? Even as a, let's say, beginner, you don't know about SQL, and if I give you this problem statement, right, as a layman person, you will be able to think it logically that what you need to do, right? So let's try to write those steps. First will be create a group of records country wise, right? Then for each country, calculate, right? For each country, calculate the count. Last, display the result, right? As simple as that. Very, like, logical and reasoning based thing. So here what we did, right, we have these many records. We can see, okay, if I create a group for India, I create a group for UK, I create a group for USA, right, I will be able to do it, right? So now if I just try to represent this data, right, if we have this data, if I try to represent it, right, after grouping, right, how it looks when you apply the group by operation, how it actually looks. So customer, order ID, country, date, right? So we, for grouping, we need the columns, right? And even more than one columns can be used to create a group. But it depends on us what kind of business metrics we want to produce, right? Here we know we simply need to create a groups on the country basis, right? So that is the one thing. So after making a group, how it will look like: customer ID 1, right, order ID 100, and this guy belongs to USA, right, and date was 11 November, right? And then third, and order 105, this guy belongs to USA, and this date is 12 November, right? Now this guy is again 106 USA, right? 12 November. So these are the three records for USA, and for India we have second 102, sorry, 101 India, and 12 November. Then last record 6 108 UK, not this one. We have one more record for India, which is like customer ID 4. This is 7 India, right? 13 November. And this is, let's say, 6 108 UK, 13 November, right? So after grouping, so we have completed our first step. This was first step, create a group of record country wise, right? So first we created that one, right? So now you can see our records are arranged based on the country, right? When we will apply the grouping, so all those records where this value is common, they will be put together, right? So here, this is our first window for USA, right? This window. This is our second window, and this window or chunk or mini group, you can say it is for India, right? And this is last, this is individual record, but it can also become a part of its own group, right? So UK, this is our third window, correct? Now we have done our first step. The algorithm was first create the groups. Second step was, now for this country, right? Within this one, we know this is our grouping value, right? USA. I just need to take a count. I will take a count inside this window. Count inside each window, right? Or group, you can say. Don't call it window, call it as a group, right? So count inside each window. So now how we will get it? We will get final thing, right? Country order count, right? So USA 3, India 2, UK 1, right? So after grouping, what we wanted this final aggregated matrix, right? We will call it as a aggregated data, right? So that is how this grouping part will actually work, right? Now, the thing which you need to focus on, right? The things which will be important to understand what all things we can do with the grouping, right? So the thumb rule is, right, we will be using the group by clause for that one. So with group by clause, right, with group by clause, we can only perform aggregation functions. And what are those kind of aggregation functions, right? So when it comes to aggregation functions, these are default available in the SQL itself, right? Because count is also kind of aggregation function, right? We are trying to count something. If we apply max, right, on some column name C1, right, we are performing our aggregation operation, because max is something which will give me or which will return one final value. Similarly, minimum, right? This is aggregation function, right? Sum, it is also aggregation function, right? Average, it is also aggregation function, right? So that is how these are the actual aggregation functions, right? Second, like, let me write rules for group by, right? Rules for group by, apart from group by columns, we can use other columns in aggregation functions. They can't be used in select statement, right? So first let me write the syntax for group by, then you will get the more clarity. So, right, so syntax is simple. Select, right, C1, let's say this is our column 1, and another was, let's say, column C2, on which we have performed the aggregation from table group by C1, right? So group by keyword, then the column name on which you want to apply the grouping rule. So now if we follow this one, combine rule 1 and rule 2, so in a employee table or in your table, right, there can be multiple columns, right? But in the final select statement, while displaying the output, the column which you have used in the group by, they can individually used here in this select statement. But apart from those columns which are not part of the group by, they can only used inside the aggregation function to calculate something, right? If I write this thing, right, select, so this is correct, right? If I write this thing, select C1, C2 from table group by C1, right? This will not work at all because grouping rule was applied on the C1 and we are trying to call the C2 in the final select statement without any function. It will definitely not work. And I'll tell you the reason why it will not work, right? So we applied the grouping rule, right? USA. Now, what the main purpose of the grouping is to get one record, one distinct record for that particular value of group, right? So when we applied the group by rule on country, so USA will become one value now because we are trying to get the final aggregated value. So we will not expect 3 records for USA. We will expect one single record for USA. So if we are trying to do this thing, right, we are trying to do this thing C1 and C2, although we have applied the grouping rule on C1, so our select statement will try to keep only one value for C1. But since we have included C2 as well, but C2 is something, right, on which we haven't applied any group by rule, and it will try to display it multiple times, right, along with this value USA. And that is something which is not doable with group by. It will not justify the actual meaning of group by. So even if you try to do that, you will definitely get the error that this is not possible, that you need to use this grouping column in the final projection. Apart from that, whatever it is, simply you can use it in this like aggregation function, right? So now I'll take you back to this part, right? I will create some data for you and we'll try to show you important operations, things with the group by operation, right? So just a second. Right, so in table and data for group by, right? So create table orders data, right? So customer ID as integer, order ID as integer, and I'll just only keep 3 columns. There is no use of date column as such. So country varchar 50, right? And other column I can use, let's say, state as well. It will actually help you to understand one more thing. So state varchar, right? So table will be created, right? Orders data is there. I'll quickly insert few records. So insert into orders data values, set into values 100, right? USA, Seattle, right? So this is first one. Right, so 1, say 2, 2, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, order 1, again 6, 7, right? So this guy 2, so 2 and 4 will be in India, right? So 101. So I'll make it India and UP, right? 103, simply India, Bihar, right? 4, again 108, let's say USA, WDC means Washington DC, and fifth 109, let's say this guy belongs to UK, right? And then fourth, this is, let's say, 110, this is 110, and this guy is also in USA, so it's placed USA, let's say again Seattle and WDC, right? And this guy 3, let's say one order ID 120, and this is also in India, and let's say Andhra Pradesh, right? And this guy is also in India, right? 121, and we can place him in Goa, right? 131, Seattle 6, these two also, let's say in Seattle 41 on 150, something, right? So this is the data set we have. Let me run it, and let me just select star from orders data, right? And if I execute it, right? We can see this data we have here, correct? So now let's try to work on it, right? We will see that what we discussed so far, right? For the group by operation, how to write it, what is the syntax for it, right? And other operations along with that one, correct? So calculate total order placed country wise, right? So select country, right? So first, what I said, right? I explained when it will fail. So for example, what I want, let's say country, let's say customer ID, not this one. I'll let's say print country and customer ID. So for an example, let's say let's twist this problem. So country, customer ID, what we want, let's say for each country, I want to see, like in a country, right, there can be like lakhs of customers, and each customer in a day, in a month might be placing multiple orders. So if I want to, I'm interested in that kind of metrics, right? In each country, like how many orders were placed by each customer, right? So in that ways, you might be thinking, okay, country and customer ID both should be the part of our like final select statement. So we have included country, customer ID, and after that I can simply put as a count star as order count, right? And I can make it from orders data, correct? And after that we need to use this group by keyword. Group by which one? Country, right? Let's do it and let's try to execute it. So here we can see this part, right? This is the like entire error statement, right? If I copy it here and will show you that what error we are getting, right? So if you can see this error code expression, right? Select list is not in group by clause, right? This is the entire error. Select list is not in group by. So what it actually means that, as I said, apart from those columns, right, which are not the part of group by keyword, they can only be used, right? They can only be used for what? This thing, right? They can only be used for the aggregation operation. That's it, nothing else. Correct? So that is the thing we need to understand here, that how it is working. Apart from that, whatever is there, you can simply use it in this one, right? What you say for the aggregation operations. But here, how you can see this example, right? I will again switch back to our data to showcase that part, right? Here, select star from employee, right? This was our data. So here, if you look at, right, this thing, we have this data where some salary part is null as well, right? So this is the thing. First, let me delete this record, and after that I will show you one thing, because that's something which is important to show you. So first, let me just update something in this data. So update, because I don't want to run that command, which will confuse you a little bit. So update employee set age equals to 25, where ID equals to 10, right? Let me execute it. This update will happen. Update happen. And I will again execute this thing. So set salary equals to set salary equals to 15,000, where ID is equals to 11. Also, apart from that, I want to set it to 22. Its age, I want to set it to 22. Yep. Now, if I execute it, it is also done. Now, if I run it, everything is updated. Now, if I remove it, correct? So, for this one, right, let's try to write a query. Write a query to find the total salary by each age group, right? So can you guys write this query quickly, because I have already explained the syntax for group by. So write a query to find the total salary by each age group, right? So we have age group for 20, we have age group for 22 as well, 25, 26. So this is your company and you want to check each age group how much total income they are getting in the company. So can you write a query for it? Can you write something for it? Cool. Yep. Maximum of you have already given the correct answer. Few of you have already means shared the incorrect as well. So I will tell you why that is incorrect. Correct. So here the ask is for each age group, I want you to calculate the total salary. So each age group, here we can see the duplicate values. That means for each age group, I want one single record. That is true or not? Right? For each age group, I want the single record. Correct? So if I want this single record, that means I need to perform some sort of grouping. And that grouping will be applied on the age column. So select, right, age column or something, right? So sometimes what happened, the best way, right, to write the group by queries, because sometimes people get confused what I need to use in the final select statement. So the best way, keep this space blank, just write the select, start from this from, type employee and decide your group by key, right? Here based on our problem statement, I understood this part that my group by key will be age, right? So this part is prepared. Now the final thing which is remaining is the columns or the aggregation we need to perform in the select operation. So in the select operation, as per our query, what things we want in the output, we only want two values. First value will be the age, and in front of that total sum, right, of the salary which is there, right? Total sum of the salary for each age group. So age, comma, I need to take a sum of salary, right? As I said, total means summation, not min max kind of thing. So sum of salary column, right? Sum of salary column, and I can name it like as total salary. Total salary by each age group, right? And now if I execute it, right, you can see this is the output we are getting, right? So again, the thing I want to repeat, that don't get confused. Grouping, if you have used any column for the grouping, that means if it's a single column, right, or it will depend on the level of grouping you have applied. At the end, you will be getting one single record for that thing, right? One single record. I applied the grouping on the age because this group by function is trying to compact the information, right? That group by operation is actually trying to compact the information. It is trying to aggregate it, right? When it comes to the aggregation part, that means we will not be able to select other columns apart from the age, correct? So by any chance, let's say if I want to print this thing, right? Let's say the name comma age, right? I want to print, let's say name, then age, then sum of salary, right? This will be incorrect, right? It will not get executed because grouping means is always about aggregation. Grouping is all not about printing the entire information. So now you will be saying, sir, how we can print the crisp information that, okay, this guy was earning this much, the maximum, minimum, and all these things. So for that one, we need to use the combination of these queries. First, inside some query, we will compute this value of group by, and then some sort of join operation we need to perform to get the final operation. But when it comes to simple grouping rule, right? Apart from the group by column, age is the group by column, we cannot use anything else in this select statement. If we are using it, right, we need to use it in the aggregation function. So here you can see this salary, right? Salary is another column. Why this query is actually working? Because salary is getting used inside this one, right? Salary is getting used in this summation function. That is how I was able to perform this grouping one, else I couldn't have run this query, right? So this is the first part. Now I will write it, right? Calculate different aggregated matrices, calculate different aggregated matrices for salary column, right? So now we will try to calculate multiple things here, right? Multiple things, as in you can say multiple operations, right, of the aggregations. So first we did this part, right? So sum is there. Now for each age group, we want to calculate other metrics, right? So maximum salary by each age group, right? Similarly, I can, so these are inbuilt function in SQL itself, sum, max, min, all these things, right? Minimum, right? Similarly, I can do it for average, right? Also, if I take a count, right? If I take a count, so it means where this count will be applied, right? If I simply take a count, what value it will return? It will, I can skip this salary column. I can do a simple count star. So what it will give me? Total employees working in that age group. Total employees by each age group, right? So here what we did, we created the group on a age, right? We tried to calculate different matrices here, right? Sum of salary, maximum salary, minimum salary, average salary, and also count star when we did, that means total employees by each age group, correct? So if I execute this thing, right, you can see multiple things, right? And that is how the whole aggregation will be done. That is the, you can say, your data analysis when it comes to all these things. At the end, you will be interested in these kind of final numbers. So total salary for age group 20 is 50,000, maximum salary 25,000, minimum salary was 25,000, average is 25,000. total employees who are working in that age group is equals to 2. Similarly, for let's say age group 22, total salary 26,000, maximum 15, minimum 11, average salary 13,000. Total employees working in that age group is equivalent to 2, right? So that is how you can see how we can use this group by column, sorry, group by clause, and why not to use other columns of the same table, right, in the select statement without the aggregation functions, because you will not be able to do that. Only you can use other remaining columns in the aggregation functions, right? So this is one simple example. And now I will come to this one, right? We had our original query, calculate total order placed by country wise. So country order count by each country, right? So now if I execute this query, you can see the final result which we wanted to get. For USA, total number of order placed 6, for India 4, for UK 1. And that's what you need to observe here. When it comes to the grouping, it tried to only bring only one single record for that grouping value in the final result. So for USA, in the original table, there were 6 to 7 records, but in final aggregation, there is only one record. And how we are able to do it? Because of the grouping, right? So that is about the grouping. And grouping, there are other things to be covered as well, like the having clause and also multi-level grouping, right? This is also needs to be covered. And even how you can place the things right inside it, all these things needs to be covered, correct? So I will take that one in the next session. First, let me copy it in the GitHub repository so that you can use it. So in the next session, I will continue it from here, like applying multi-level grouping and how to use the having clause, what is the difference, or how to use this group by effectively, right, when it comes to the large data. So all these things I will talk about it, right? And for today, whatever will be the assignment for 15-20 question, that will also get uploaded. So you need to work on it. And for the next two sessions, yeah, still we need to do a lot of things. SQL is definitely very long topic, guys. And when it comes to teach it thoroughly, I want to do that because I don't want you guys to miss any single thing and you are not able to solve the queries in the interviews, right? Because as I said, interview is something which will have 40% approximately weightage in your interviews. So that's why I'm giving more and more time to it, to explain it from the very basic, from very basic understanding to the advanced parts, right? So that's how it is going on. So anyways, I think now we can open the window for the Q&A sessions, and you guys can go ahead, you can unmute yourself and ask your queries. Sunny, Vishal, you can go ahead with the Q&A part.
Yeah, all right, sir. I will be taking care.
Okay, sure,
I guess
sure.
Sunny has dropped.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can unmute the folks and
Yeah, all right. Just give me the host access, sir.
okay. Done, Vishal.
All right, thank you. Yes, Lakshmipati, you can unmute yourself. Lakshmipati, are you there? All right, Sunil, unmute yourself. Guys, I'm audible. Can you just confirm in the chat?
Yes, Vishal, I can hear you.
All right.
maybe check whether they are able to unmute. Like I think you have tried to
Yeah,
unmute them.
Sunil has unmuted, but I guess he's not speaking or what.
Okay.
All right, Rajbir Singh.
Did you export your environment variable or did you hardcode?
No, sir, the question has been cleared in the session itself.
All right, that's great. So you can lower your hand so that it's easy for me. Yeah, Abhijit, you can unmute yourself.
I have a question for Shashank. So Shashank, I have a table which consists of 10 years of order details, details of any e-commerce website, and then after I filter the record by using the group by calling year. So I filter a year for 2020, and after I filtering the data, I will get all the data related to 2020. But I want to store this data into another table called year to order 22 with the same column which is used for the order for 10 years. Can we do that? Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, Abhijit, you're audible. So I guess Shashank is not here, no worries. So like I also heard your question. So your question is that like you have like you can say a table where you want to extract all the data from the year column and you want to put that particular group, or you can say the group by the data that you have done into another table, is it?
No. So I have a one table which
All
consists
right.
of 10 years of order details.
Okay.
And this order table have a 10 column.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After that, I am filtering the data using year group by using to year is equal to 22 or where condition.
All right.
Okay. So I will, after that, once you apply the query, I will get the all the records which is belong to the year 22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After that, I want to create a new another table
Mm-hmm.
with the same schema structure or table structure of orders table.
All right.
Just you need to change the table name. Can we do that
Yes, you can do it.
without automatically? I mean, say I want
No,
to
automatic.
wait.
Yes, tell me.
Yes. So if you want to create that, I need to again write a query, create a table,
Yes,
order
for
to
sure.
20. Then also I need to mention the 10 column
Yes,
in
yes,
the
yes.
in that. So
Yes,
is there
there
any
is.
way? Is there any way in SQL we can directly automate? Means
No, how can you automate the creation by like see for sure using Python you can do it. Okay, if you're using both Python and SQL queries, in that way you can do it. But just by SQL query you can't do it. You can't automate the creation of table in SQL.
okay, just now just we use study the group by column. Okay, where we count the number of order for a country wise. Okay, I want to store
Yeah,
this
I understood.
information.
I understood the question. So basically, you want to say that, okay, all the group by that I have done, let's say you have three countries, just for an example, I'm asking. So let's say you have three countries. So you want that, okay, I create three table for individual countries and I store all those values in the individual. Let's say for India, I create individual table. For US, I create individual table. For UK, I create individual table and I store those data. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, but see, creation of table is not automated in SQL. For sure, you will have to write a query for it, and especially the schema that you want to make.
Okay, in that case, if you I have already created a table for order to 2022 or any
Mhm.
particular,
Mhm.
and after filtering the data over the 10 years,
Mhm.
can I dump the all the records which has filtered to a order 22 column tables?
Yes, for that you will have to create a demo, like window kind of thing. So we create that, like we call something as views, and for sure you will be taught that particular thing. Okay, so just wait for it, and you will be able to do it for sure. Like after creation of table, for sure you can dump one table's data to another table.
I just I little bit aware of use. Use is just a temporary table.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, when I to teach the view, then I will ask the question.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
So there is no possible way of you getting the transfer.
Yeah, Jay, you can unmute yourself.
So
Yeah, hi. My question is, are we going to cover this stored procedures and prepared statement, all these things, is that also having the scope in this, course,
Yeah, so I
or it
think
is
that,
how relevant it is?
yes, I guess that it will be covered because for sure we are covering the advanced SQL part, right?
Okay, okay.
Yes. So it will be covered, no worries. Any other question? Jay?
No, nothing from my side. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, Nitesh.
Yeah, hello, Shal. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I have one doubt regarding this thing, the form. Actually, Sunny,
Regarding what?
the form, Sunny had actually attached one form, the
All right.
HBase Hive connectivity for the assignments,
Mhm.
but the title given there was data science. Uh, I have submitted this thing, right? The link, GitHub link and LinkedIn post according to the form.
All right.
So, will it be considered, or I have to fill the details in another form?
Just let me have a look. I will have a look and I will let you know. Can you specify me the class?
Yeah, sure. The class was it was HP7. Just give me a second.
Yeah, just
Yeah, 29th October.
29th October. All right.
what is the artifact where it is coming from? It is coming from data ingestion artifact.
Okay, the form has been attached. All right. So this form. Okay, no worries. So you can just like submit your form here itself, like your solution here itself.
Yeah.
Okay, it will be considered because this particular heading is just you can say just for our knowledge. Okay, and for sure every solution has been submitted to this particular heading itself. So we will have a look.
Okay. And another thing is, Vishal, like now the recent this thing is updated, right? SQL, this in practice questions and all now.
Yes.
So that one in which forms? How can I submit that solution for that thing?
In each forms.
No, the SQL assignment is there, right?
Yes.
Now, which was updated in the 5th November dashboard. Now I
Mhm.
had seen that one.
Mhm.
So, where should I upload the link, solved solutions for that? Is there any?
Yeah, so again, you can like .SQL format in like the solution that you have written, the queries that you have written, right? So either in .SQL format, you can just upload it onto your GitHub repository and you can do it just the way you are submitting your Hive assignment or HBase assignments, right?
Yeah. So
Similarly, you can.
I should use that this thing only, right? That form which Sunny had created, right? With the assignment name and the GitHub link, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay, Vishal. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, guys. So anyone else who's having any kind of issue, any kind of question? Guys, any issues, any questions from anyone? You can raise your hand.
Particular. What issue? What issue? The only thing is like you just check the okay after
Hello, sir. Hello. Could you hear me? Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I just joined a bit late in today's class. Uh, so I missed that part of installing this MSQL workbench. I tried it manually from my end. It is just asking me to like server may not be running something it is throwing. What should I do? Could you help me in that?
Yeah, just a moment. I'm promoting you to panelist so that you can share your screen.
Yeah.
Secrets of the need to update that.
So here says this.
All right. So just can you click on that topmost button, top left? Yeah, a hut kind of icon is there, right? On the top left.
Here.
No, on the bottom, hut kind of icon. Yes. The home icon is there, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Click on that. Okay. Now just click on that plus button after models. Okay. So you can just add your table name or something that you want to add.
Here. Okay.
Yes. Or okay, just add a table name. No worries.
Table name.
Yeah, any table name, just XYZ or something. Yeah, test.
Okay. Then
Yes. Press enter.
okay. I have entered.
Okay, just give me a moment. Yes, just give me the permission.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Saying unable to connect to local host. All right. 3.6. So in stored connection, is there something?
No,
Because
no.
I can only see a blue line there.
Yeah, yeah. There was not anything there.
All right, fine. In here. Okay. So I guess we'll have to put up your password. It's not asking for password.
No, no. For password, you have to
You have
click
stored
on the
in.
vault.
No, you have already stored in the vault, I guess, right?
No, no. I didn't do anything. You
Okay.
can. Yeah. Here it asks for the password.
Yeah, just put up
I,
the password.
I don't know what is the password.
You don't know what's the password.
Yeah. Means I didn't set anything here. While installing it, didn't ask anything.
Mm.
Hello.
Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm looking for the solution.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess there must be some permission that it is asking, right? So your screen has been freezed. So can you tell me what is there, or it has been freezed?
Oh. It is loading.
Okay, it's loading. All right.
Uh, are you able to see my screen or no?
No, it's frozen. Can you just again stop sharing and reshare?
Just a second. Mm, just give me a moment.
Okay, Bowman is saying CD to this. Then need to give password while this. Then need to give password while setup.
Hello.
Password, yes. Yes.
Really sorry, I lost my network connection. I'll can I mail? I'll try from my end.
Just do one thing. Just reinstall it. Okay. What I can do is that I can share your documentation how to install MySQL Workbench.
Okay.
Just give me a moment. So you can follow that particular documentation and it will be easy for you to install.
Yeah, sure. I think.
Yes. So yes, so I pinned a link in the chat. So just try to follow the same steps. I don't think that you will be getting this issue once you reinstall it.
Actually, I can't open the Zoom chat. I think because of my poor network connection. Sorry.
All right, so
Please
just do
just
one thing.
Tell me that I'll.
Just do one thing. Just ping me over email. So my email is vishal@ineuron.ai.
Okay.
You can just note it down somewhere if possible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you. You can
Okay.
discuss my
Yeah, so
call.
just ping me over mail and
Yeah.
I will revert you back.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. You can disconnect from.
All right, guys. So anyone else who's having an issue? All right. So I guess we can end the session then. If none of you is having an issue. All right, guys. So have a good day. Bye bye, and we'll be seeing you in the next class.